That is your face.
That is my face.
That is your face.
He's like,
Super early in the
your
morning.
beautiful face. And I'm like,
Ugh. Like when people are like, "You're gorgeous," and then immediately you make like
the ugliest face ever.
oh yeah, how about now? Huh? Am I beautiful now?
Mhm.
Yes, but you're also just really fucking weird.
Mm. Yes, my wheelhouse.
I was thinking you were gonna say that.
She's like, oh, that's real close to my face. Good morning. Hello. How's everybody?
Fairly awake.
Hmm.
Probably a little bit more awake than you, but
Probably a
fairly
little
awake.
bit more awake than me. Yes. Let me drink my nutrient-filled sludge for a sec. That's fair. Sometimes you gotta do it.
We're back.
Yep. So today's a chill day. I got a couple demos from some indie creators off of Twitter. Check them out. Get your favorite hoodie, detective hair stuff. All your glasses, because I know most of you got them. And you go on this ride with me. They're both horror games, obviously. Someone's gonna give me something for free. It's usually a horror game. Stretching it. Oh, well, welcome in. Have a really good day. Only 10:15 in the morning here, so we've just started. Boys have the day off. You're gonna see them. They're gonna be around. And I think that's it. We are raising money for the Alzheimer's Association. Alzheimer's Association. There we go. I'll say it right the first time eventually. Um exclamation point THAB will get you the link to donate. And this is just a huge thing to so many of us in real money gaming, and really we just want to put the out of a job, you know. So the more we race, the closer we get to that. So I am on until we switch to the forest, and
Then you're still here.
then I'm still here, but like in spirit, in disconnected voice, while you look at Crimson. So if you
See, if I
go ahead.
I was gonna say if I didn't have the glasses, I'd just wear a mask tonight. But you know, you can't fuck around like that when you have glasses.
True. Yeah, it's hard living the glasses life.
It is.
when you actually need them and you're not wearing them just for show.
Where you're when you're just like a little blind and you can still get by without putting them on.
Right? Y'all living the dream then.
Like I can take my glasses off and I can still like move around my house, but that's it. Like if my glasses fall on the floor, somebody has to come get them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless I like Velma it, like I get down real low.
Reload and start feeling the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'm 43, so we don't
get on the floor.
we don't get on the
We
floor.
don't do that.
Why don't you just get down on the floor with us? No. Why?
Right? Come sit on the floor with the kids. No.
You're like, and who's getting me back up? And who's taking care of my house for the rest of the week? Because it ain't gonna be me.
Right? We went on this adventure and now I am broken. So
I got on the floor and now I'm everybody's problem. There are consequences to your actions.
what?
All right. I think I'm about done your face cam stuff.
Sweet.
Not that it matters for right now.
I've been setting it up. Alrighty, let's look at the games. Today we have chores in the night.
Ooh.
Or
It sounds very much like what we were doing last night.
it does. It does. Only I don't get a friend, I don't think, in this one. And that is more upsetting. Also, then the other one is ghost frequency,
Ooh.
which I know nothing. I assume I'm cleaning in one of them, and that's all from context clue. So,
So we will call this a I had a word for it earlier. Demo showcase.
put it under demos. Hard to demos.
Yeah.
Used to just come up, but no. Like it's buried, but there's a lot of people underneath it, so I don't understand.
Shit, what's today?
25th.
25th. Okay.
Yeah. Tomorrow the 26th. And as per usual, not ready for tomorrow.
You got this.
Not even remotely close. All right, my love. Chug some more nutrient milk.
Beige sludge.
Mm. It really is. It really is beige sludge today. Yeah. Let's do the night chores. Let's do chores in the night. It's clearly that's when you clean haunted places. You don't do it in the safety of the
Yeah.
day. All at night. Game came
That's not
right on
usual.
time. That's not usual. No fighting.
Didn't ask you 12 times if you were sure.
Right? No turning it on and off. I probably messed up. And it's probably gonna do it now. But like, you know.
The game loads right up, and we're like, we must have done something wrong.
Yeah, it's not. That's not.
That's not how that works.
That's not what we do here. Game. What are you doing? All right. A very crisp screen. This is a short game. There is no saving. You are on your own. Okay.
I will not say it again. I'll be back in the morning, and you better have your chores done. They are pinned on the fridge, so you don't forget any of them.
It's 18:15.
It is 18:15. So 6. That time is going fast. What?
Yeah, it is.
What? How am I supposed to clean that? When you boy, they really meant you. You're on your own. TV guide. There's nothing worth watching right now. There never is. What's
Sure.
a bizarre looking room? Hello? No? Cool.
Well, okay.
All
You're
right.
just stuck in that room.
Then, oh, so fuck me, I guess. What?
I guess you just click on things to clean
I guess.
them? I guess.
Where do I put it? Oh, okay. They really meant you are on your own. Figure it out. Also, you're being timed. Hey. Hey. Something's making water noises, and I don't like that. Oh, goodness. Do not forget to clean the house. Take all the trash. Misspelled. Around the bin to the bin.
I might have something for you to do.
Oh.
If you finish these early.
I definitely will, because I don't think this is very long. They both told me they were very explicit. These aren't very long games. And I'm like, okay. Trash bag out to the bin in the first floor hallway. If it gets full. Mop dirty floors. Wash the dishes and let them on the rack to leave them on the rack to dry. If you get any stop. Let me read my instructions. Let me read my instructions. If you get any problems with the toilet, just use a little bleach. What? Most toilet problems are not fixed by bleach. Can confirm.
Can confirm.
If the lights go out again, just turn them on again with the circuit breaker on the utility room. You are old enough to do this. I shouldn't even be asking you. Wow, Mom! Milk, eggs, carrots. Are you making coffee? At 9 o'clock at night.
Don't call me out in a video game that I'm not even a part of, okay? I'm just here for support.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, there's a frame on Steam that you might like.
I haven't looked at
They're
those in a while.
Pretty purple flowers around your picture.
So this drawer just doesn't open. How big is this fucking?
Does it?
Oh, it's a full.
Does it?
Okay, I just went outside. That's all. That's weird. Please shut. Thank you.
Does it have a basement that goes into the backyard?
No, this is an apartment.
Oh, okay.
Shh. Listen, whatever that sound is, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. I can't.
I don't know what that was, but no.
I can only carry one thing to the trash at a time.
Are you using your stomach to carry it?
Barely. I don't fucking know. Oh. Nope. My mama said not to open the door to anybody who's calling. That's how you keep CPS out your house.
Right.
Because you were left alone.
If you open that door, they're going to take you away.
Yep.
Flings the door open.
Now I'm going to leave you and you're going to watch your siblings. Oh, okay.
CPS, you're not going to believe this shit.
Wait till you hear this. Who keeps that CPS? I don't fucking know. Really? That's not dirty? Okay. I mean, fair enough, I guess. We put water in the water bucket, or we're pretending?
You just spit in it.
Like,
did you get my gift?
I mean, I saw it in the right hand bottom corner.
Okay.
Listen, you got any electricity money, Ghost? You got it? Because guarantee my mom doesn't.
Like, your mom must be rich, because why you keep turning everything on?
Right? Ugh, okay, I need the bub. No. Bitch.
Stop turning shit off.
I'll turn the shit off.
Bless you. Hail Satan.
Hey, toilet monster. Maybe don't. Oh my god.
Ew.
Pick a channel. Static is not entertainment. It's not even talking to me. Nope. What the fuck? You're gonna make me answer the phone?
My head hurts.
Yeah.
I'm trying to clean the house, but somebody keeps turning the lights on and off.
No.
Telling me I'll have electricity money, so they need to knock the fuck off. I did.
I told him. I remember there's a plate there. We're all done in the bathroom. Okay, there. What is this? Gross.
What are those?
Oh, look
I'm
at
so
my...
sad y'all missed me yelling that at my husband last night. What are those?
What are those?
They're my Crocs.
He sounded super proud. They're my Crocs. Okay. Just gonna put that Swiffer right there. And take a single can back to... Oh my god.
Saw that.
That's some
Didn't want to, but I saw it.
bullshit, man.
Ooh, so right now it looks like our rotation is Content Warning, Lethal Company, Demonologist, Paranormal Cleanup, Boone and Statues Contract, and Outlast Trials. There.
Shoot. What is this?
I should probably uninstall some of these games.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I said on the first floor, so I go downstairs. You gonna follow me downstairs and take out the trash? Ah, see.
Down, down, down.
I do it? Oh. I told you. I told you. Mama ain't got no money.
Yup.
There a phone? What? Jeepers.
Who's throwing out a fully usable phone? In this economy?
A landline? Wow. Oh. Rude. Tentacle monster in the toilet.
That is rude.
I just cleaned that. You have tentacles. Oh! I'm getting the bleach.
You better go get that bleach. She start yelling at it. I'm gonna go get the bleach.
I'm getting the bleach. Why is this
Mom
just
doesn't tell you that she puts holy water in it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You bitch.
You baby back bitch.
Good
Oh,
grief.
My husband was like, "Don't answer the phone."
Like,
Apparently, if you confirm, like if a bill collector can confirm they contacted somebody, like get a first and last name, they can extend the length of your debt. Did not know that.
Okay.
They can write it down as made contact with somebody.
Interesting. Look at this computer. It really takes me back.
Oh God, that's so.
You think things take up space now? You have a monitor that weighs the same as you.
Your monitor is bigger than your tower.
You really like this room, huh, guy? To the entity that is haunting my living room. Dial it back a little bit. You're fine. Oh, I can my old school books. Is there any point in studying? I'm just gonna end up working with my uncle in the market. Books I bought for Cetus gifts. I bet they're good, but I'm not in the mood for reading right now. Okay. Let's clean. Okay. Oh shit! I can put them away. Oh,
That's where the exciting part is.
rude. I know you ain't paying these bills. If you were, my mom would be happy.
You pay bills, you can haunt as much as you want.
Right? All of it. All you just haunt. You haunt just right away.
Go for it.
Ah! 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 What am I supposed to do with you? The fuck?
Well, you were supposed to clean it, obviously.
With what?
Uh,
The bleach? The fuck?
boo, boo, doo, doo, boo.
Okay. There's a short game. There's no saving. You're on your own.
I will not say
Hey,
it again.
Kinky.
Yeah,
I'll be back in the morning.
I think
and
you might be
better
on your
have
own.
chores done.
in every
They
way
are pinned on the
possible.
fridge, so you don't forget any of them.
Not 100% certain, but you might be. I just wanted you
Jeepers.
to know. Jeepers.
Jeepers. This some bullshit.
Jinkies.
I feel like a lot of this mess is yours, Moms.
Yeah, but she'll never.
She'll never, yeah. I know. Oh, I know. Not my mom getting like, I pick up after myself. Why can't you pick up? Because I'm a child.
Don't worry, everybody. Just working through some trauma.
I'm your child. You pick up after me. Or you teach me how to do it. You don't assume that I know how to do it.
Because I've never done it before. That's not how that works. I hope everybody is having a fabulous day.
Mm.
It is Friday. It's a little warm for my liking, but you know.
Wow. I love that. I don't even need the bucket. Don't even need it.
Well, you don't need it because you fear peed your pants. So just use that.
Fair. Fair. Assertion, actually. Let me go get the bleach. Tentacle. Oh, no. No, he went back in.
It's like, no, you don't have to get the bleach. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Can I what?
Can you help me?
Not right now. What are you trying to do? No, you're not going on Google Play. Nope. 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 You've already bought obscene amounts of games on the Switch, so we are not gonna do this. Sorry, but no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't find nothing. He's just a small child. How could he have done anything like that?
Yeah, wild. Oh, we go. Sorry, taking out the trash. Can't answer the phone. The ghost could answer the phone, but it's not gonna.
My mom told me I'm not allowed to answer that phone until I start paying bills. So, you leave me
Wow.
alone.
We didn't even go that far. My mom never. Don't answer the phone. Don't answer the door. That's how they know you're alone. Let it go. Okay.
Thanks.
Cool.
I think.
I feel safe. So safe. You turn off the lights again? Wow.
Boop a doo boop a doo boo boo.
Each. You good? Oh! Yeah. Rude. Here, let me just this up again. Oh, I can call friends? 2489. Oh, keeps telling me to make more friends. I need. Oh! It's neurotic! Oh!
What are you supposed to do?
I don't know! Ah!
You can't run from it forever.
I can't run from it for. Ah!
It is.
Ah! Shut the door! Ah! What is going on? Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Saying it down, Bruce.
Help me, toilet monster! Shut it!
Yes,
Ah!
I'm sorry I poured bleach on you.
Ah! What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I don't understand.
Well, you are 100% on your own, so I mean,
Guess I'll just die.
guess I'll just
Doing chores and getting haunted and killed. Not worth anymore. Either I have to deal with the ghost mom or I have to do the chores. I can't do both.
You said reading, right?
yes.
Is my singular viewer over? He's up to... Okay. I can't move faster.
Cricket.
I will not say it again.
I would love to skip
I'll be
this.
back
Can
in
we
the
skip it?
morning, and you better have your chores done. They are pinned on the fridge, so you don't forget
Probably.
any of them.
Okie doke.
Kinky is rating with a party of one.
Yep. And if
Oh.
Fucking shit.
What do you want, demon dog?
Thank you. What'd you say, Mom?
I was talking to Harley.
Two, 4, 8, 9.
What do you want, demon dog? All right, come on.
Jeebus. Yeah. Well, that takes care of the TV problem.
Booty, 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 rock around the world, rock around the world, rock around the world.
Ah, man. They got me pegged. Why are your lights so weird? Plus. Yeah. Hey, Droop. Yeah. All the dishes. What? I don't even. Just. No?
No lights, just you and a demon.
Huh? Do you make more of a mess? Wow.
Sir. Uncalled for.
So if I leave, it doesn't do anything either. Okay, it's cool. What about what am I supposed to do here? I don't understand.
Harley, are you going back to sleep? You know what? I don't know why I'm even asking.
Yeah. This is. Hold on. Chores in the night. So generally, just my childhood. Who lost a demon. There, do I pour bleach on him? Do I hit him with this? I don't think bleach is gonna work. I was so close to being done. I don't.
Done with the game or done with the cleaning?
Done with the cleaning. I don't know what the answer for this is. Ah. Ah! Go away! Ah.
It's not nice so your mom to leave you to deal with the demon.
With the demon. Yeah,
Yeah.
that tracks. Tracks. You know what? Bizarre place to put a clock. I would just like to pick up a piece of trash and run out of the room. Is that possible? Can we do that? Because you stuck, son. You stuck. Here we go. It worked. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to work, but it's working. Oh, he may not be a jar for much longer. It looks like I truly do not see a way around this. So one second.
Oh wait, I forgot to set the 20-minute timer.
Let's see if there's anything. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? Hopefully well. Enjoy the night. Hey, sleep a short game deals a little with experience of depression and anxiety. Hope you enjoy it. Any feedback will be appreciated. Let me know. Oh, I found bugs.
Did you find any bugs? Yeah. I really did.
I truly did. I don't. There we go. I just get free copy for the night. Oh, it's tip of the day. Do not get sick immediately after reading it. Human bug trampled me like a truck.
Hey, mommy,
Hey, Arn.
what would you say?
You know what it says. Trying to figure stuff out.
Mom,
Or
what did this say? You say.
what do you say?
Mm. What does it say?
Oh, now you blew it. It's what? Health network is now off. A terrible crime as seen happen for some reason. It's not good. Does that make sense? For some reason you caused, oh wow, that what you get for not listening. Anti-piracy. Goodbye forever and see you in 20 years in prison and one thing today.
Game over.
Okay.
Oh, it's an ultimate.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing anything.
On how to finish the game.
Yeah. I can move the trash can? Well, shit. That doesn't necessarily change everything, but it helps out a little bit. All right. Let's try again.
I will not say it again. I'll be back in the morning, and you better have your chores done. They are pinned on the fridge, so you don't forget any of them.
Give up and been here. The trash can.
Where do you think you're going?
Away. You were in blissful ignorance until you looked at the bills. I always knew we were broke and what bills we were behind. Because that's something a kid should know.
Obviously.
Watching eggs for Bart.
Hey, Baba.
I'm watching eggs for Bart.
Ah,
What are you playing?
chores at night. Yeah. Love it.
I know you like snuggling down, but there's just a desk under there. So I don't know where you think you're going.
Fill a bar. Cool. I feel like we would not be taking as much trash out if we had like a regular size trash can. Well, that's just my note for mom, and she'll take it with grace and humbleness. Hey sis, I know you must be super busy, but I just wanted to check in. How's everything going? Did you consider chemo? I know the doctor said it's terminal, but you can never lose hope. You never know when God will do a miracle, even if you don't believe in him. He sure believes in you. I know you don't like when I get all religious, whatever they want
Fuck
to.
you, Aunt.
What?
Shut up.
I don't want to lose you, sis. I also worry about my nephew, not only when you are not here anymore, but right now you are trying to protect him by not saying anything to him. But sooner or later, he will know, and then he will want to enjoy his time the most with you. Think about it, okay? I put some of those salt cookies you like inside the envelope. Write me back. You don't have to get through this on your own. I may be far, but I'm here for you. Your older and wiser sister.
Sounds like a bitch.
The mob. Here, you in here, you're in here. Holy fucking shit! Let's play. This door is a real problem for this guy. My God. You literally. Okay. The bugs in this are not. I can't. I got pretty far though. I feel pretty proud of myself. So we're gonna move on to the other game. I'll have a lot of feedback for that person.
You're going to send a message. I have so much feedback.
So much feedback. Here are your spelling errors. Yeah, the places the ghost got tripped up and then he became invisible. And I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but like I feel like it wasn't. And I couldn't get through the doorway again. So oh. So the other people who did Unfollow, which I haven't played yet, but I do have the demo for. Well, they're just handing out demo codes, so I was like, let's do it. No idea what this game is about. None. But we're all gonna find out together. Take off. As it goes. Okay. Alright. So this one has subtitles. I guess it's open.
Emily and Mark, a couple of expert ghost hunters, are worried about the disappearance of their friends, Lisa and Ben, after they went to an old abandoned house in the woods for a paranormal investigation. Several nights have passed since they lost contact with them, and the concern is growing more and more. Despite their reservations and anxiety, Emily and Mark decide to investigate their friend's disappearance
Of course they do.
Armed with equipment and courage, they venture into the deserted house.
Before setting up the cameras, take a look around. Let's see if we can find any trace of Lisa and Ben.
Alexa, stop.
We know all these assets, don't we?
I think it probably. Just spoons everywhere. Oh. That's not upsetting.
Nah, that's perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about.
There's nothing here.
Okay, no trace for now. Let's move on to the cameras. Use the EMF detector and find areas with the highest electromagnetic activity.
Tab to access my phone.
Here.
Okay. I gotta remember where I put the cameras. So that's. Did I come from? Well, that's a noise.
This spot seems perfect.
Great. Well, tell me where are my cameras, lady? I wandered off. And now I can't find them. What? Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. What the fuck? did I come from? Oh, there you go. I'm gonna set up.
Yeah, this looks like a safe place.
That's fucking low. Oh, there's 2 skulls. Let's assume they're dead. And that we can leave. There are way more than 2 skulls down here, friends. You don't gotta tell me twice. I will leave. Is that it? Was that the demo? I didn't even get set up cameras. I just ran out of battery. We'll try one more time.
Emily and Mark, a couple of expert.
Can I skip this? Because I don't want to.
Before setting up the cameras, take a look around. Let's see if we can find any trace of Lisa and Ben.
E to enter. Okay. Did I get to open everything? Nice. Go upstairs. Burn answer battery. So many just random chairs. Oh. Hi. What are you doing? Ah.
Not your
You're such a good mood. Oh my goodness. You're such a good mood. You're such a good mood. Why are you such a good mood? Have a hug. 1.0.
He's like, just take the win.
I can message Dad and see if you need my phone.
So.
How you doing today, Nev? You can wait. We're waiting. We're waiting. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Let's keep looking for our friends. How you gonna have all these weird wardrobes and not put a thing in them? Go fridge.
Okay, no trace for now. Let's move on to the cameras. Use the EMF detector and find areas with the highest electromagnetic activity. Here.
Right there.
This spot seems perfect.
What the heck? Let's see if I can't get a camera up before this thing kills me. That's the goal. I want to pick one up. Hey, Bubba. There. Okay. A bag is what I'm supposed to pick up for a battery recharge. I don't need any battery. Pick up the camera. I don't remember where it goes. There. Yeah. Oh, I got one up. Better than I got before. Yeah, so we went straight. Came out. Aha.
Alright, let's move upstairs.
I was out of battery, woman. Yep. We find it all the kinda. Two demos. I think that's it. I think this is what we're supposed to be. Yeah. I don't think there was a. you doing today, Cass? What if I set this on fire? How's everybody like? Would you be fine with that?
I'm good with that.
Like mutually assured destruction. What? There it is. We are waiting. So a very interesting game. Very short demo. That's all. That's all. And he has one, so up to you. Okay. I think.
I think it's time for you to download a game.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Be quiet, please. Wow.
What? You can't tell me that you were not very interested in getting that game.
Oh, it's very interesting getting that game.
Mm-hmm.
We just picked the day my children are home to try and survive. That's all I'm saying.
I did not know that they were gonna be home.
Yeah, I kind of forgot as well. I'll be honest. So my husband was
So-
like, "Oh, we don't have to wake up early tomorrow," and I was like, "What?"
I'm sorry, what? Excuse me, what?
Mm-hmm. And I'm the one in charge of the calendar, so technically I did know, but I.
You Tokyo drifted.
You okay?
Yes.
Oh. You're giving me some mixed signals. I think you're hurt. Yeah. Is that better? Oh my goodness. I'm glad you made it to Friday, Cass. We are
Hey, Friday.
doing. I feel like we're doing pretty good. What do you say?
What? Oh. Peas.
While we're downloading the game, I guess. Yeah, we are raising money for the Alzheimer's Association. They help people affected by the disease as well as their caretakers and the community around them. They give education and various other
Trying to stay awake to be mad.
assets to help with those struggling with this. And it's so important that education be given to everybody so that caretakers definitely do not feel alone. Having said that, we are at $355. We're close to 400, and 500 is our halfway mark. So, yay! At 500, you see stuff. You get to see stuff do Never Have I Ever, which it'll be interesting time. It'll be interesting time. We've already hit our first goal. It's 250. That'll be a series of chained together streams, really testing our friendship in that way. So there's that as well. If you are interested in chain together, is really, really fun. It looks fun, but you know, I feel like it's I laughed till we cried multiple times. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna get into some very big shenanigans for that one.
All of it.
If you go to alz.org, that will give you all the information about the Alzheimer's Association and how they only take 4% for their admin fees. Asking to do that. You'll be switching games? Those are the well, actually, those aren't the only demos I got, but those are the demos I was gonna play today, and they were not wrong. Both of those demos are short. Both of them so short. So we'll be playing A Quiet Place game.
You're welcome.
Someone really wants to see me play it. I don't like this. My screen.
Yeah, the person who wants to see it is you. You can't lie.
Joop.
Joop.
You said joop.
No.
Chew.
Oh.
We
Mash.
gotta choose.
We gotta joop.
Chew.
Very close. Very close. Joop.
Chew.
Yeah.
Nashada.
You're so silly. You're so silly. Nah, my baby. I have two of them. One of them is reading anti-piracy screens right now, so it's busy. The other one just took my phone, so that's where we're at on that one. I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna start up A Quiet Place, and probably die a lot because my kids are home. And this game requires quiet. All right, I'll be back.
I will also be right back.
It's a bee. I'm back. We did it. Oh. A few of these games lately have been showing that if I like it or hate it. Guess I'm okay with it. It feels like a watermark of some sort. Two. 6, 3. 3 more. 6. Okay. Yeah. We'll just wait for Crimson to get back because she about to go. And hopefully you all have seen the movies, or at least the first one. I think the first one is probably the best one, but I liked it, all of them. I enjoyed all of them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This screen's rather beautiful. What else is I talking about? We'll be playing the forest later today. I believe that is the plan. And tomorrow, Martian Cat will be starting the day, I believe. Yep. Martian Cat will start the day at the same time I started today, which was 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 West Coast. Albert. Cat is on neither, so let's. She gotta convert that for herself. And then we're playing a murder mystery one shot. I say we, because I am involved in that part. So if you want to see my first time of a tabletop player of any sort, tomorrow is the day. We start at 6 o'clock. And it's going about as well as I thought it would because I don't have a character. Gotta work on that later today. You not nervous. Not me. Also, tomorrow is our very own Thea the Bard's birthday. That's why we're doing one show. They wanted to do it. On Sunday, we have Iris with Dead by Daylight, and then Boomin, me and Riley, and then Jupe with Lethal Company, also have me and Riley. We did this to ourselves. Solid will be back on Monday. And then our second one shot, which is more of a storytelling folk horror vibe, is Monday night. Solid comes back on Tuesday. And then I finish out Tuesday. And I start Wednesday. And then we live react to Suspiria 2018 after Crimson and Jupe play House of Ashes. And then on my very last day, I start. And Salty finishes us out. So we got a good lineup for the rest of the time. But you get me right now. Mm-hmm.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
So it's like, why are you just staring at the... And I was like, oh, it froze.
Oh. Yes, that does happen.
That happens to me often. And it's Call of Duty Day.
It's Call of Duty Day. Hey, they got the right interact. I'll do that.
That's what it's supposed to be.
What it's supposed to be. If you think already out, like, hey, you get me. I mean, we'll try high. Let's see how my computer handles it. Film gray. I don't know how to add chromatic aberration visual effect, but you don't explain what that is, so no.
I am happy to tell everybody that there is asthma in this game.
Asthma? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I know that breathing and such can be a trigger for people. So
Audio mono? No. We'll see how loud it is. Accessibility. Title. I like yellow. No, we can try yellow. Urge. Outline. I mean, enable creature awareness level. I guess I'll keep these up for right now, but they seem like they would be pretty helpful.
I do have to admit that paranormal cleanup,
Yeah.
just having subtitles, it's not something you have to enable.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Not mad at it. I do like being able to edit my subtitles, like choose the colors and stuff, but like, you know, an indie game that comes with subtitles, it's not
That's
an
already
option.
rocking.
Yeah. Show asthma icon. And remove yellow paint. That on the center of the screen.
Yeah, I never knew that that asthmatics could be triggered by the breathing until Thea said something. So it's something I try to be aware of now.
Good to know.
The first time I played Devil in Me, they told me that it can be triggering.
Yeah. Right now. Good. Okay, so do I turn on microphone or don't I turn on microphone?
I would say, okay, just my opinion. I would say don't turn it on because of the voice. Because we love them so much and they are amazing, but noise level's not a thing for them.
It's true.
There is one level, and it is of our existence. And
I've been killed by the kids several times, Wicked. This would not be the first time, honestly. But
Hi, Wicked.
how you doing?
You better be feeling right as rain for Sons of the Forest tonight. But yeah, like when we were playing Don't Scream, I had to make Lily leave the room because she kept laughing.
Yeah.
I didn't leave the room. I still stayed there.
Well, yeah, but you had to go stand in the corner until you would stop laughing, and then you wouldn't stop laughing, so I told you to get out.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I remember
Uh-huh.
it. I remember it specifically.
Kinky says, no, I remember it. That's what happened. She agrees. I kicked you out.
Where's Thea?
Wow, I was kicked out of the room.
Yep.
This is amazing. Can you see the asthma puffers? How about the last one?
No.
No, not yet. Okay. Did it clip? I hope these are clipping. I don't know if they're clipping.
No.
I cannot tell you.
I'm not. Hold on.
You see the asthma puffer. I think you have to do Mark. Is it a Mark? I think that's as bright as I will go. I do like when you guys can see.
I can very barely see the last one.
Okay. Good enough. That's a decent amount. Your noises are easily perceived by the creature. You have some margin. Focus ability. What's the focus ability? But I would like the focus ability. Position. Oh, never mind. And what's this? No, I'm not doing that. You can't make me.
See that? That's a leucistic white-tailed deer.
Louis, what now?
Leucistic means they have patches of white fur.
I thought that was called getting old.
This is a huge deer. They're incredibly rare.
We're gonna kill it and eat it.
Oh, I'd love some rare venison.
Hear that?
Hear what?
Wait here. I'm gonna check it out.
Martin, hold on. Martin. Where the hell did he go?
I already don't like that. What? I have no idea,
Yeah.
but it looks like it. I don't want to move away from the water. Why did you move away from the water? This is pretty though.
If anybody can figure out how to make a clip command. For owned, I'm all for it.
Careful and always watch your step. Different surfaces like water, dry leaves, glass, metal, or debris can produce a noisy sound and alert the nearby creature. Okay, so then what was that about owned Crimson?
How to make a clip command so that it automatically clips. Because that's I had that set up on Stream Elements.
I don't know what that means. Lower?
Okay, you have to push your mouse button. Push or roll it. It'll show you in the bottom right corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't say middle, did I? No, I did not. I implied it in my brain, but the word did not leave my mouth. Sorry. You maybe just pressure the mix it up people to like just make the fucking online bot already before I lose my mind.
I mean, Twitch has a Twitch.
You're right. Twitch does have its own bot. I'm gonna look at that. However, Twitch got one thing right. That doesn't mean it got all of it right.
That's true.
I just
I'm up or drop from certain ledges by interacting. Sure. Why did my boyfriend go this far out? No sense.
did he though?
If he
Hey, Mom.
didn't, he's dead, and I shouldn't be going this far out. That's generally my consensus on this one. Your whore mouth. Apparently, anniversary. I just trying to out. Thanks, Twitch stream manager. Congratulations. And there's toilet paper. We should claim this house.
I mean, why not one more, right?
Huh? Girl, this feels like too much for your partner that's wandered off. Just gonna throw that out there. Oh, you rat bastard. Get killed by baked beans. I don't know, I just started it.
Not the baked beans.
The baked beans.
How dare you?
Show me that beautiful bean footage. To be fair, the foundation of this house fairly sturdy. Came from, this is where I'm going. Claymore! Hey, how you doing? How's the kid? How's life been? Been so long.
Shit. Seriously, where is he?
I want to suck your blood.
You're a fucking child!
Why are we yelling? Why are we yelling?
5?
Oh, just admit it. I got you pretty good.
No, you didn't. I didn't know where you were. I didn't know if you were hurt or.
Alex.
And I can't lose another.
There we go.
What's wrong? Alex, what's wrong? Oh, Jesus.
I think the monster's already here.
Hey, what do you need? Huh? Alex, come on. Please. Tell me how to help, okay?
Martin?
Mom?
What is it?
I don't know.
Back up.
She just...
Alex, it's me. It's Laura. Can you
Why are we using outdoor voices?
From what I have seen, Wicked, is that this is day one.
Alex, I made it. Thank Christ for the rain. This place is huge. Should we split up?
Could be dangerous.
All the more reason to search this place as fast as possible.
But
We need food.
You really can tell when I mute and unmute my mic.
Yep. She's in 4th grade already? Wild. And my family...
That's not allowed.
It's not allowed. They can't grow up. But yeah, fam's doing good here.
The rain helps me.
Wait, 4th grade, so that means that baby is as old as our babies.
Yes.
Stop making weird noises.
No, I lost at the game, so I'm angry.
Be angry quietly.
I can't.
Your
The
auntie's
babies
playing
are
a quiet
still
game.
babies. I wish.
The babies are still babies, considering that the person saying that is the size the babies are currently.
Yep.
You may want to rethink that.
So the hospital is screwed. New diary entry. Martin was right. The place seems abandoned, but in good condition. We could find something useful here. I can hear Laura blaming me for putting her son in danger, even if this was his idea. But our people need food and medicine. She hates me. We can't go back empty-handed.
I
No
mean, right.
one needs to know. Battery rip. Shit to survive.
It's one thing that always like I get it. Like I get it obviously in movies and games and stuff like that. I do.
Mhm.
But like when you're in a situation where like people have to go out and the food is life or death and stuff like medicine and everything like that, like it every like that's still my husband, it's still my baby, but like we're gonna have to go out and do this.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, as ready for Halloween as I can be. I got their outfits. They'll wear them to school and stuff. We don't really trick or treat. I think Oren would get the concept to a degree. But I don't know about Zeke. I also don't know if Zeke will enjoy it. But maybe. He
You want
already,
me to what?
right? He doesn't really eat candy.
Oh, you got lucky.
Uh, he'll eat a mint. One of my wintergreen mints. But that's pretty much it.
He's like, I can feel it rotting my teeth, mother.
Well, right now his teeth have gone rogue.
Yeah, well, they're.
He's growing
You know
teeth.
what, Lily's teeth. That she just lost like 5 teeth in a month.
Yeah.
About to be 6
That's about to be like 6.
He lost
or
2 the
7
same day,
or 8.
and the teeth were just right underneath him.
Yep.
Look up,
Oh, but
look up a child's skull X-ray.
oh, there. It's
It's
creepy.
horrifying.
It is terrifying. Never again.
Yeah,
Never again.
they have a reason to be upset. Is all I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
So far this game is beautiful and plays all right. I haven't gotten very far into it though, so you basically know what I know at this point. But yeah, Orange will be a glow in the dark skeleton, and Zeke will be a ghost that also glows in the dark. But I don't. Let's see how long he keeps it on. He entertained the mask last year, so I think he'll probably be fine with this.
Not necessarily happy, but fine.
Well, he doesn't have to wear it if he doesn't want to, but it just. This one or that?
Lily is going to be the Queen of Hearts, and I think we're going to try on the costume today.
Nice. Red Cloud Ranch. Stay the night, sleep on a cloud. Throughout history, sailors took red skies as an omen for what the day would bring. As they'd say, red sky at night, sailors delay. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. Well, at Red Cloud Ranch, you spend every night sleeping on a cloud so you can start the day with a pep in your step and a smile on your face. Ooh, Lydia's Beetlejuice. Love it.
We want all the pictures.
Yeah. Probably should try them on the kids.
I didn't actually watch the cartoon. Like I know of its existence, but I never actually like watched.
I grew up watching it. One of the after school things. It's family owned and operated for over 80 years. We are at Red Cloud Ranch pride ourselves on putting you, our guests, back in touch with nature. Whether it's enjoying a hike on one of our scenic trails or biting into a mouth-watering steak at our award-winning Red Cloud Steakhouse, you'll get back to the basics and rediscover what makes life worth living. So come on, take a little time for yourself. Book your stay today. Sincerely, the Red Cloud Ranch.
Tell Minnie Jube I begged. I pouted and I begged. And if they make fun of my emotions, I will come up there.
Ooh.
Just because our children are like does not mean that I won't punch a child.
Oh.
Crimson said I have to take a picture of you or she's gonna come up here and punch both of us.
When you find a shiny shuttle, you earn a certain number of credits. Depending on its rarity, the rarity is expressed by its color. You can use those points to unlock additional content in the menu under Extra for the extra
Huh.
price. Okay, that's cool.
I can dig it.
You want me to check? You want me to check the barn, or do you want to check the store's open? So I guess I'm gonna go into the door. Show them the clip of you threatening to punch me in the tit.
There you go. And if Mini Jupe's ever like they wouldn't do that, ask Wicked. I most certainly will.
You see anyone, yell dad. Remember, hide and seek.
Mother, I have finished my reflex.
All right, you may go consume the lunch.
Thank you.
Kid should be home in about 5 minutes. I'll tell you it goes
Ranch
right.
account supplies. But like,
Hello, Father.
I see you shiny.
Did you say a shadow or a shotgun?
Shiny. I see a shiny.
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 I mean, shiny could be a shotgun.
Could be a shotgun.
Isn't though.
It is. You can see documents you found and Alex's thoughts by opening the diary with the button J. Yeah, we were just in there. We were just in there. Alright. Silence is safety, Joshy.
See, we should go on a campaign of how everybody needs to learn sign language in case this happens.
Right? I think everybody should learn sign language anyway.
No, I agree, but like we can use this
Hmm.
to our advantage.
It's true.
Want to stay alive? We'll sit down with Sam and we'll just make a whole like campaign like want to stay alive during the quiet place if the quiet place actually happens. Sign language is your friend.
Hey, Sarah. Spelling? Okay. Thanks again for giving me your number, but Mr. Rice, my freak of a teacher, took my and all my classmates' phones so we could focus on nature or some shit. I thought there's not supposed to be any cell reception here anyway, so what the hell? And I thought, oh god, what if Sarah thinks I'm not gonna text her? So then I thought, what if I just write her a letter or something? And then I thought about Julie. Da Vinci. Biani. Dabiani. And how back in the 17th century, I don't know who that is. Okay. She sent letters to all her lovers while she was off being a kick-ass opera star and having sword fights and stuff.
Oh, her. Yeah, I don't know how to say her name either.
Okay. And stuff.
She is probably her best bet.
Yeah. It just seemed, I don't know, super romantic. Not that I'm expecting this to be romantic or not romantic or whatever. Anyway, I await your reply or not if this was a lot and you don't want to respond. This is called the anxious attachment style.
Yeah.
Just so we all see it in print. Signed, Lydia, aka Mademoiselle Moppin. Some kid snuck into my office again. I swear to God, he must be getting into the office through the upstairs vent. And before you ask, yes, I am certain I locked the door. Now, will you go check? If this is your office, it's really wide out in the open. If this is the other guy's office, it's really out in the open. I do need to go upstairs. Can I hide here? Is that what you're saying? I'm seeing a yellow dot here for something. It's really weird. Maybe not. Cool. Follow the scent. Follow the scent. Hey, hey, hey. I have to go through the vents, is what you're saying? Or do I have to go upstairs? Go upstairs and then through the vents? Yeah, that sounds about right. Can ever be simple. If you feel stuck, you can press tab to have a hint on where to go. Yeah, I've been doing that. Next for a few seconds. The hint also tells you which key action you have to perform to progress through the section. My dear Boppin, aka Lydia. It's actually Sarah, but all good. Sarah without an H. And what the fuck? Are teachers even allowed to do that? Thank you for the beautiful letter. Gave me something to treasure while my mom made me go hiking. And HFS. I love it. Young Beyond. That's all. My parents got me a biography about her for Christmas. I'm not so subtle, yeah, we know, and it is romantic as fuck. Does that mean you'll, like, kill a nobleman to earn my eternal devotion or something? Because I would have been good with flowers. Au revoir, Sarah. P.S. Today was when your class was going horseback riding, right? Let me know how it went. You're both dead.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Can I pick up all this food? I would like, I'm here for supplies. Food? Food, please. Please come
May
help.
I has all right, so is this like a survival game where you have to like keep yourself like fed and watered and everything, or are you just
No,
looking for food?
just looking for medicine and stuff right now. Because I know that's where you want me to go, so I'm gonna go in here for a sec. I'm on all day, so we're figuring out the food situation. Again, past me did not think of present and future me, so
Past you never does.
never does. Never does, that bitch. So just like that, like it has electricity. Interesting. All right, guess we'll go into this room and then we go around. I need a key. All right, we're gonna go into the giant hole in the wall. Please don't do that. Yeah, lay there, think about all your life choices. Nice. Not a bad looking bathroom. Flush the toilet. No. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's noisy. You don't want that.
I mean, it's raining. We have to plan our flushings around rain.
That is a good point. I would just want to live near a waterfall, right?
Yeah. Yep, I get what that's for. I understand.
Have you ever seen a screwdriver, Kinky? Have you ever seen a screwdriver? This is a screwdriver.
Mm.
Do you need me to show you how to use a screwdriver?
I'd like to steal these other tools and some of the candles. Maybe that battery. Remember. Screwdriver. I think we have to go back out this way we came in, but like. All right. Oh, maybe not. Oh shit. And that would be death number 1. Hi, baby. Copyrighted music needs to leave the room. Let's go. Thank you. Death number 2. Am I back to where I was? Yeah, but they would like to pick up this food and gloves and medicine. Isn't that what I'm here for? That literally is what I'm here for. It's just right there. Let me have.
What?
Yeah, okay. Where's the screwdriver? Ah. Ah, yeah. That's clever. Too close. It's just like this. Hold on. Mm. I'm in the vents. Hey,
You're in my walls.
I'm in the wall. If she has asthma, she's dying in these vents. There's no way. Look at them. Wild.
Mm-hmm. This is improper representation. I will not stand by it.
There's so much dust in those vents. If you mask up, there's so much medicine right here. Why can I not pick you up? Nothing to read or look at? How would I not be able to climb the... I call shenanigans. Oh, hey. Radio stuff. Don't turn it on. Circuit boards. You're gonna make me learn how to read? Read the map? The game did that to me before. Christ, I've had enough of this stupid stomach bug. I must find a way. Hope to find some pills.
Personally, I would not take it.
There's pills everywhere. What are you talking about? Thank God the rain is covering our noises. This nausea is killing me. And what's worse, I finished the nausea pills Dad gave me. I hope to find some in the infirmary. What if you're pregnant? What if you're pregnant? In the infirmary, I'll take this map with me. If the National Guard is still there, maybe they can help supply the hospital. It could be just what we need. I'll show it to Martin. Finding a lot of things. I found no mixtapes. Nary a mixtape. I got the old radio working all day. I changed the frequency over and over, looking for anyone who could help us. I saw your reflection in the window. Me? Were you scared of me for killing that man, accusing me of putting Joshy in danger? Angry that I didn't have a way to fix it? I stared into your eyes for I don't know how long, trying to understand. That's when I heard it. Through the radio, the National Guard. They've taken over some campgrounds not far from here. They'll take us in and they'll keep Joshy safe. They've got medical supplies and a couple trained soldiers. No raider will scare our son ever again. I'm not gonna let you down, Maggie. Not this time. You're Eric. Oh. Martin's bullet game does seem like it would be weak, yes.
So weak.
So weak.
Is he dead?
Nope, he went to search somewhere else.
Oh.
We split up because that's what white people do when they're in this kind of situation. And
I don't think you're white, though.
I think my hands look white. Hands look white or white adjacent.
You might be white adjacent. I just didn't think you were white.
I'm not black. That's what I do know.
So when I was watching, we watched somebody else play it, like the opening for a little bit, and watching like her like jump over stuff, I was like, that looks like some melanin. Now, of course, I could be wrong and have no idea what I'm talking about.
No. Found everything. Almost home. I go to room 4. Should be 9 o'clock. Room 4. Guest stairs. Oh, 4.
Neither.
Already a bad sign. I found a mixtape. Black metal and kitties for Sarah. You put an H on there, but that's okay. By me. It's Lydia, remember? Noise. Something real bad happened in here. Hey, Sarah. With no H, but you put one on the mixtape, so you forgot. Oh, thank God. I'm so glad you liked the letter. And the book sounds amazing. For Christmas, my parents got me a mug with my cat, Mr. Twinkle's face on it. I thought it was hilarious. Me and Mr. Twinkles were not amused. Oh, and I know that you were like probably joking, but I picked this flower for you. I hope it doesn't get too crushed when I put it under your door. The front desk said it's a cardinal flower. Anyway, I hope you like it. Signed, Your Moppin'. Oh, it wasn't bad. I think the horse knew I was terrified because it threw me off after like 5 seconds. That's when I went and picked you that flower. P.P.S. I may pick a few more flowers tomorrow if you want to join after lunch. Ah. Steal the toilet paper. Let's go. You okay? My mom's freaking out, saying something fell from the sky. Be safe, Sarah. Let's rain check the flower picking, okay? And if I had running water, I'd take a shower. Haha! Called it.
Called what? Oh, is she pregnant?
She's looking at a pregnancy test. There's a toilet in here. We can do it. Yep. melanin. Look at that.
Told you. Nobody believes me.
I didn't say I didn't believe you. I said she white adjacent. Already died. Now I can barely take care of myself. How am I supposed to raise a child in a world like this? What should I do? Mom, I wish you were here. Yeah. But, I mean, your dad works at a hospital, so. Can we not take more? I would like more. No? None of these pills, none of this medical stuff. There's so much right there. The game weak.
I found food.
Yeah, I found a ton of food too. I'm gonna put shit in. Dad, get the medicine. Who was up there painting that? You drag a ladder all the way over here?
Batteries?
No.
Should we sleep here?
Sure.
Candles. Food.
You can take a moment to relax before going outside. In these rooms, you don't have to worry about making noise. That sign says otherwise, though. You know, But this place does have a lot of food. We should take it all. My dad is the best. Better than the rest. He keeps me safe all day. He keeps the monsters away. He tells me not to make a pee-pee and protects me when I'm sleepy. Huh? So I can dream of mom, because when I'm sleepy, she's not gone. That's sad. Dad. Wait. Don't worry, be quiet. Looked at all the pictures. What's up, man?
Give me your hand.
Another prank?
Never.
And he stabs you.
The
Yeah.
hell is this?
A glove. You like it?
It's so ugly.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. No gift receipt.
You die, don't you? Because you just gave us a gift.
No thanks.
Huh? Oh, okay.
You okay?
Oh, yeah, it is. Good.
Really? I love you so much.
Asthma stress. Physical or mental stress aggravates Alex's asthma. Her condition is represented by the stress icon at the top left screen. When Alex's stress becomes critical, she will suffer an asthma attack. Try to keep the asthma stress to a low level by using inhalers and pills. If stress level is too high, it can lead to an asthma attack. Avoid it by pressing F. When a green result, the asthma stress is reduced. With a yellow result, you'll avoid the crisis, but you're still one step away from it. With a red result, Alex will have an attack. Okay.
Extra inhaler. Here.
What should we do?
And we'll figure it out.
When it cries, laughs?
We'll keep it safe.
How?
I don't know, but we will.
And your mom?
She'll be a grandmother.
Laura hates me ever since.
You saved me that day. Alex. Finally. Something good.
We'll need supplies.
Will the hospital have them?
No, we're low on everything. There's a camp. They'll have supplies.
First, we bring food back to the hospital, then we'll go to the camp.
Babies are loud. No, some babies are loud.
She better get them good drugs.
Hey, morning, sleepyhead. I put something in your backpack, along with the food.
Really happy. Am I going to be first things first? Get back to the hospital. Martin is amazing. I won't say I'm not scared anymore, but knowing he's with me gives me strength. I'm still not optimistic about how Laura will react, but it's her grandchild we're talking about, for God's sake. She should be happy, right? Yeah. Right. It worked. I know you told me not to try, but damn it, Tom, it worked. I traveled to the waterfall about a half mile from here. Snapped my fingers. Nothing. No creature. I spoke at full volume for the first time since before the invasion. And still nothing. Finally. Don't kill me, I yelled. And still not a single creature. I mean, it's not a permanent solution, but at least we know louder noises will keep the creatures from hearing us. I told you, Tom. I freaking told you. Door. Had a thing. Let me go back. Okay. All right. Fucking Tom. God. God damn it, Dave. Let me come back. It's like puddle. Lurk away. Okay. Oh, definitely. So much for our boyfriend. Yep. So much for our boyfriend. That was just a big kidding. Cool.
Alex, how's it going? Any progress with the
Phenometer.
phonometer?
need something?
Oh, I'm heading to rations. Care to join me?
No. No thanks, Dad.
Okay. And how about I help you with the phenometer? I'm no tech wizard, but
Dad, no, it's not ready.
I know, Alex. I know.
How?
I'm a doctor. And your father. How far along?
I don't... 2 months, maybe?
Who else knows?
I told Martin before he...
Alex, you will get through this. We will all get you through this. Me, Laura.
No, Laura can't find out.
Why?
You really want to tell her I'm pregnant with her grandchild?
Laura's always at her best when she has a goal. Since Martin's death, Mark's been running things, which is bad for everyone. This could give her something to focus on. Besides her grief.
She will never forgive me. Never.
Oh, she's gonna find out. Whether or not we tell her.
Right. It's hard to hide.
Leave.
There's a campsite turned into a National Guard outpost. They've got supplies.
Oh, we are not going anywhere. This pregnancy will be complicated.
No shit.
I can take care of you here.
At a half-burned-down hospital out of supplies.
Have you actually spoken to anyone at this camp?
No, but
So we don't even know if the National Guard is still there.
I'll find proof.
No. You need to rest.
Dad, please.
Look, I'll find proof. Tomorrow I'll look for a radio and see if I can reach someone.
And if the National Guard is at the camp?
One step at a time. All right? You shouldn't have a dead flashlight. I'll get you a battery.
No, I'll get it. Are there any nausea pills?
Medics. I'm not sure. Someone broke into the medicine cabinet. Now Mark won't let anyone near it.
Okay. I'll collect what I can, so we're ready to leave once you contact the camp.
Just be careful.
Okie doke. Obviously, Dad knew. He's the first person I've told ever since Martin died, since that day. I also told him about the National Guard outpost at the campsite. He wants to help me, knowing he's on my side is the only thing keeping me going. I gotta get ready to leave this death trap. Song ideas. Hell above. How hell actually comes from above and not below, from the sky. The day the laughter died. Hook. Best friend. How dogs couldn't have survived the invasion because they wanted to protect their owners. Man's best friend till the end. Too sad? Yes. Chance to scream. How the one thing you want to do is the thing you absolutely can't. Can only scream when I dream. Now I'm just sad. Last song. Song about being the last song any human ever wrote. Narrator knows that singing it will be her death, so no one will ever get to hear the whole thing, but still wants to sing it anyway. And now I see this song is just for me. Yeah, this song is just for me. What am I doing? I'll never get to write music for any of these stupid songs anyway. Yeah. Happy 1 month anniversary. I know it's super cheesy to celebrate being together for a month, but in this world, I'd say 1 month is quite the accomplishment. I love you, Martin. I owe you one waterfall retreat where you'll be able to sing as much as you want. Alex, I don't know what to say, but I'm here, Dad. Lurk away. A second. Just a second, that's all it took. Dragged away, haunting look, can't turn back time. What's done is done. The one who held the gun. Moments come, moments pass, oh so fragile, not built till last. When I'm dreaming, I hear his cries gone so fast, no goodbyes. I play it back inside my head. What's said is said, what's dead is dead. Moments come, moments pass, we're so fragile, not built to last. Okay. Going to emerge. Martin, I know you want help. It's one of the many, many things I love about you. Want to help. But you need to let me handle this. It's my responsibility to take care of everyone in the hospital, especially you. Just sit tight and I'll figure this out. Love, Mom. P.S. I wish you'd spend more time in your own room alone. You're safer that way. Stop fucking your girlfriend. Written debate between me and Martin. I wrote in blue ink, Martin in red. Didn't know it was the last time we'd be in my room together. So we doing this. I thought Laura forbade you. She also forbade me from dating you. That wasn't a matter of life or death. Oh, I beg to differ. I don't know. The only place in miles we haven't looked for food is the ranch. Yeah, and we haven't looked because raiders were spotted there weeks ago. Still, what's the point in sitting here scared when we could actually do some good? Okay. Didn't take much convincing on that one, did you? It me. Mom, I love you. Duh. Nothing's gonna change that, but you can't. But you can't. But I need you to. But I'm asking you to do something for me. Stop being so. Go easy on Alex. Ever since the invasion, you've feel like shit. Treated her like crap, made her feel even worse about what happened. You think she isn't beating herself up every day? You think she isn't carrying that guilt? Because she is. This morning she said she wishes it had been her instead. You have any idea how fucked up that is? And you're acting like you wish the same thing. And that's fucked up. That's not okay. If she hadn't taken the shot, done what she did, what do you think would have happened to me? She saved me and Dad, made his choice. Did one or two, did what he thought was. Hmm. Okay. Do it now. Revenge of the Blood. Well,
Damn it, Mark, I didn't steal any pills. Well, someone did. Yeah, probably the Watsons. Or anyone else that was smart enough to get the hell out of here. No one is leaving until I find out who did this. I'm searching every room, including yours. You've gone off the deep end. Without Laura pulling on your leash. Watch it. Check what you want. I didn't take anything.
I think Mark took it. It is if you see debris on the ground, broken glass, etc., it must be cleaned up immediately. Stepping on noisy surface will alert the creatures to your location. This cannot happen. Mark. Important. Daily rations being cut in half. This is essential and not up for discussion. Mark. Mark's kind of like that neighbor that leaves passive aggressive notes everywhere. That's what it feels like anyway. Amy, baby, I know you're hungry, but you can't make noise. Have the rest of mine, okay? Mommy and Daddy will get more soon, I promise. Yes. Church. Right here. Go there eventually, I think. Laura's taking a much deserved rest during this time. I will be in charge. This is for the best for the hospital. This is best for our community. This is how we survive and thrive. Mark. Know about that, Mark, but okay. All right. Look around here for a sec. Hopefully they start directing me back to that room. Like the only thing to interact with on this. Okay. All right. Let's do this. No? Hey, friend. Can I come in? Someone broke into the medicine cabinet, stole from us. If you know anything about this, you must tell me immediately. Failure to do so means failing to put your community first. Mark. Oh, hold on. I know there have been concerns about my decision to decommission all radios, phones, and any other device that would allow us to communicate with the outside world. Please allow me to explain, though it has only been a month since the invasion. It has been abundantly clear that encouraging people to come together in large groups is almost certainly a death wish. Look at what happened here when the invasion began. Hundreds of people filling these halls, screaming, begging for help, and all it did was lead these creatures straight to us. I mean, it was the beginning. Now, pretty much everybody knows the rules. Laura, calm down. Did was leaving our friends and families were wiped out by those things or taken by the fire that engulfed the West Wing, all because there were too many of us. Be in charge of our community for a reason. Trust my judgment, and I will not let you down. Yeah. Do you want to go into the chat?
This area's off limits. Right. Sorry. I just heard someone got into the pills and I was worried. But I'll go. Okay. Good to see you're finally up. Laura will be glad to hear it. Creep.
Around the world, you can store or equip them whenever you want. Q for tools, E for consumables. You can also see key items useful for your progress in the top right. Maybe. Mark caught me taking stuff from the storage room, then left with a strange smile. That psycho gives me the Keeps he's out of control, especially now with Lewis stopped running things. One more reason to leave. Speaking of, I should finish the phonometer. It could save our skins out there. There you go. Now seeing more things with the flashlight. The flashlight by opening the tool inventory. Alternative, you can directly recharge it with R. Alt. Ah. Make some stuff done before the forest. Yeah, no problem. Do what you gotta do.
I just saw what time it was.
Is it time?
No, it's 4:43.
Who are you? You're kind of cute.
Martin dead?
Martin dead.
Maybe he want to be a baby daddy.
You need a wife? Would you want a wife? I come pre-baked. I got one in the oven. Someone's picture. What's going on in this chapel? What? Nice. There a different way? I saw a person out there. Okay. Interesting. Love your face. I'll talk to you later. What room is this? Yeah. Oh, is it a toilet? Yeah, it's a toilet. A toilet for men. Okay. Use teeth paste, teeth brush. Oh shit. Tight. I don't think we need to use it right now. I think we're breathing all right. That creep coming out of the walls again though. Probably need it then. Yeah. This guy. I see this guy. No. There's a plane in there. I want the plane. This is nothing I can do with. No? Cool. All right. Info points. Okay. Another storage room. I need a key for. Ooh. Can I get into the vents again? Can I crawl around to the walls? Maybe. Playground. Is this the crying room? What's going on in here? They seem unfazed. Okay. There. That lady. No more. Oh, yeah, she's gone. That floor, is that what that's? Oh, this is a different room. Okay. Is your dad's room? Hey, look it. It's just Crocs.
Husband loves his Crocs, by the way.
I bet.
Harley's so used to me gentle biting her that she doesn't even like wake up.
No. Sounds about right. Never forget how Julia would twist her hair between her thumb and forefinger when she was thinking, and the way she'd roll her shoulders whenever she'd yawn. Her pronunciation of espresso, her nostrils flaring whenever I said I'd be ready in 5 minutes, her fingernail grazing my palm as she held my hand, her smile while calling me a nerd, how hard she gripped my hand while watching Alex graduate high school, when she said, I'm never doing that again after giving birth to Alex, the first time she held Alex. Her favorite word was dawdle, the weight of her head resting on my chest, her tirade about the taming of the shrew. The way even a bad production of Romeo and Juliet would make her cry when she'd storm upstairs to take a bath whenever she was angry. Her notable attempt to make Alex a music-themed cake for her 10th birthday. All the stupid notes look like question marks. Her shiver when I'd kiss her neck. Oh. Okay. There. And then these are our, yeah. And my screwdriver. Oh, you know you're pregnant. Why are you carrying that around? After you told Martin, you should have left it.
How long? Laura? What are you... How long have you known? I will not let you hurt another member of my family. Laura, wait.
Ooh, girl.
Enough. I won't be your prisoner.
Christ, they locked me in here. I need to find a way. Well, obviously, the vent. We're going to go into the walls. Go into the walls. We're gonna be Thea. Thea's in the walls.
We just gotta go find Thea in the walls.
Yeah. Hang out. Forgave me for what I did to her family, and now she knows I'm expecting her grandchild, but locked me inside my room. I'm sorry, Martin. I know she's your mother, but I won't spend my life in prison because she can't trust me. I need to know what you did before Martin died. Tell me. Then I can judge. I feel like it's prudent. Huh. Oh. That was the thing we missed. Oh. And then water. Oh. I think there's anything else. So these is, yeah, that's my knockoff JanSport bag. Alrighty. Yeah, this. Yep. All that. Wait, what's this?
Hey, Mom.
Martin wrote this that night at the ranch. Hey, I couldn't sleep last night, so instead I put together a list of potential baby names. It's a totally just idea, so feel free to circle any you like and cross out any you hate. What do you think our child will be like? I imagine they'll have your eyes and my chin, your smile and my hair, your creativity and my sense of humor. Though as long as they don't inherit my dad's laugh, I'll be happy. Oh, who am I kidding? I'll be happy no matter what. They could be exactly like you or nothing like either of us, and it wouldn't matter. That kid is going to get sick and tired of how much we love them. Oh, wait, surname. What do you want to do for their surname? I'm down to combine our last names, so Taylor Edwards, Edwards Taylor, or do you want to do something real wild and squish it down into Taywards? Forget I suggest that. Okay, so names I like. I included girls' names, boys' names, gender neutral names because hey, a good name's a good name. And at some point, they might want to change their name anyway, which is cool too. Evelyn. My grandma's name was Evelyn. I never got to meet her. She died when my mom was pregnant with me. But I've heard a lot about her, and it means a lot to mom. Julia, for obvious reasons, your mom was one of the warmest people I ever met. Will be in good shape if her kid is half as kind. Devin. Name of a kid who shared his juice box with me once. Legend. Alan. An homage to my favorite writer that isn't as dorky as Edgar or, God forbid, Poe. Madison. Selfishly, every time our kid gets angry, I want the chance to say the quality dad joke man. They really put the mad into Madison. Stop. Maeve. I always like the name Maeve. I feel like it's destined someone to have a faux hawk and spray paint stains on their fingertips. Anyway, that's what I got for now. Let me know which ones you like, which ones you hate, and feel free to add your suggestions below. By the time our kid actually gets here, we'll probably consider every name under the sun, which I am more than okay with. Hmm. All right, there we go. Oh.
You were right. It's not safe here. I knew Laura was upset, but I never thought she'd lock you up. Grab your things. I'm getting you out of here.
Okay.
This way.
I don't know what that means. All I know is I have to follow Dad and get the hell out of here. But I really... Okay.
Through here. Should let you out near the end of this floor.
What about you?
Don't worry about me. I'll meet you at the camp. Just follow the train tracks. Now go.
But...
Alex, please. We don't have time.
I'm in the walls.
Where you belong.
Why would you shove someone like that? More to the point, why is there still glass in this building? I get the outside walls. Outside windows, fine, but like the walls. Also, was it already in the building? Because, like, what? Inhaler and pills. Inhaler and pills are used to lower the stress level. Avoid asthma attacks. Pills are consumed the moment you collect them, and they manage to lower a small portion of stress. The inhaler can be kept as a consumable, and when used, it completely removes stress and gives a temporary immunity. Phonometer shows the noise Alice is making in relation to the environmental sounds around her. Be quieter than the environment, but remember, tape, wires, and wits make an experiment, not a professional tool. What? What? Hey, friends. I'm gonna just go ahead and crawl into here. Every noise is dangerous. Try to reduce your sound as much as possible by avoiding noisy surfaces or walking slowly on them. And hittable objects such as metal barrels and cans. Try to keep everything you do under the environmental sound level. I'm trying. Come on, babes. Yep. Hope you too good. They can be picked up and moved. These objects are heavy and contribute to aggravating Alex's Asthma. Try to avoid holding them for too long. That seems like a clue. Hmm. You rat. What? Oh, I see. Let me look around first. Door. My flashlight. Recharge. Charge it. Nope. Haven't needed the flashlight though. Yeah. Okay. Where? Okay. Oh. There we go. That's what that barrel was to do. Just a big fan of his work. It's his book, and I like him. Yep. No, I kind of followed him on TikTok. Where he started. His whole spiel. What to say? That. We should have gotten. How did we? Rochester. Hate the things that are next month stuff on here. There was an orange, but the yellow or red. Close. Close. No stress. Good. Split them up, put them in the car. Split them up, put them in the car. Blanket. For computer times. And his towel. That sounds about right. Huh? It's cool. And they ate one of my favorite fidget spinners. Looking at metal ones. Thank you. Fidget. Yay. And it comes in its own case, so the boys can't see it right away. Also, if you're on TikTok, there's two people. There's two people that I love so much. Drew Off Follow and Kyle Prue. Kyle Prue does a series called How to Piss Off Men. And I should randomly find a little line. Are those bowling shoes? Say this when a self-professed sneakerhead shows you his latest acquisition. Do you mean Barry tenor? Say this to a theater boy who tells you he's a tenor. This one is niche, but you can use it to destroy a BFA program within a week. Bonus points. Use this on Ed Helms. I told you to stop reading. I love your pixie cut. Say this to a man with short hair. My favorite rapper is Brockhampton. He's awesome. Say this to the biggest hip hop fan you can find. Don't get it? Don't worry, he will. And that's all that matters.
I love that. I love all of that.
I like your blouse. You can say this one on you can use this one on pretty much anyone, provided he's wearing a shirt. Do you need me to walk? Do you need me to walk you to your car? Say this to a man who suspects he's the only thing standing between you and certain death. Hey, friend. Welcome back. Look what I got, Nib. You know, to be fair, husband came in, held the book up, and goes, "Are we fighting?
Are we fighting?" Is that what that was?
Yeah.
I thought that's what he said, but I was like, maybe I heard wrong.
Are we
No, I heard
fighting?
right. Okay. You're like, you're not the only man I know. Thank you very much. Not everything's about me fighting you.
Right? You're not my mortal enemy.
How to Piss Off a Man.
Yet.
I don't remember writing a book.
How to Piss Off Men. 109 things to say to shatter the male ego. Oh, this is Kyle Prue. I showed you.
I don't know who he is, but I love him.
I'll have to show you. I'll do it when I'm done here. Oh, and then I got a new fidget. Yeah. Him and Drew Follows books pretty much came out at the same time. And they both are out there, pissing off men. Yeah, Drew's will probably be the next one, but I love his stuff. So. I love this fidget. It's so nice. All right. Let us continue.
Let us pray.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna see if I can be, but I did find a way around. So I bet I don't want to drop it. Do I?
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Well, I don't think I'm wrong. I definitely need to go through that room either way. Picking up this barrel didn't make any difference. The code. We forgot today was Friday and then we got mail. So to get my weed order over 50, because I couldn't buy anything in bulk because I didn't have anything in bulk, I did buy mushroom gummies. We're gonna save those for a special time.
Those words don't make sense in my head.
What do you mean?
Mushroom gummies. Like, I know what you're saying.
Sure. Okay.
But my brain says those two words should never be put together.
Why?
Because mushrooms.
I'm not gonna eat. I'm not gonna like raw dog just a psychedelic mushroom. You need to flavor it.
I know. Like, I get all of it. I get it. But I guess I'm just picturing mushroom flavored gummies, and as much as I do like mushrooms,
oh no,
that's gonna be a pass for me.
No. What's happening?
I really fucking hope not, because that would be awful.
They haven't really steered. Well, the supposed 400 milligram brownie, which 100% had way more than that. That kind of steered me wrong. But other than that, everything else has been great.
You mean the brownie that came directly from Satan himself?
I don't know if it's Satan's brownie, but like it's a brownie.
Satan seems like a guy who wants to be couch locked just constantly.
Yeah,
I mean,
you think so?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm sorry, but if like people up here spout nonsense about me and I can't do shit about it,
Sure.
I probably want to be couch locked all the time.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. You go for it. Husband's just been shaving off crumbs with his teeth. And then coming up and telling me that it doesn't work, and then 2 hours later coming back up and telling me, well, shit, I was wrong.
With his eyes
with
closed.
his eyes closed.
Papa, today I met a boy with no eyes.
Is that soda?
So, what do you think of the game so far?
I actually like how it's playing. It's very intuitive so far.
Good.
I mean, I did predict a lot of the plot points, which I guess nobody's really surprised about, but like,
Yeah, I'm so shocked. Here's my shocked face.
I know.
Shocked.
Shocked.
So shocked.
You have sushi for dinner? Nice. I still have some wings left.
I think we're gonna be doing tacos.
Like at home
If
tacos? Or
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Let's if husband has the mental capacity to cook after everything he has gone through.
You know, I'm gonna remove myself from that narrative.
Yeah.
I've been through all of this. I could tell you how it ends, but like,
oh, we know how this is gonna
end. You guys take it too long to get to that point. You know, so for me.
We know how this is gonna end.
Every time I hear anything, I just wanna shake your husband. Shake him. I'm big enough to do it.
But like, I don't know. His parents were different from ours. I give him
White people taco night. I get it, but at the same time, how much damage? Logically, how much damage is too much for you?
Oh, we passed that line so long ago.
Right? And still... You understand?
Yeah. No, I agree. It's just that, you know, unlike us, he still has, like...
I think...
He cares and respects feelings.
No, that's not... What? I care and respect feelings. That has nothing to do with it.
But...
For who?
We do.
Who are we caring and respecting feelings for exactly? You're the father?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make any sense now.
Look, I never said any of it did.
No, I gotta... I'm gonna deal with these monsters because I can, and I'm just gonna...
Like, I would rather deal with the monsters from the Quiet Place.
Lock it tight. Lock it tight. But yes, white people taco night. With our hard shells from the grocery store and our salsa from the grocery store.
Ain't nobody here in this house got time to make... Well, that's not true. I ain't got time to make fresh salsa.
Isn't it just like a bunch of vegetables chopped?
Mm-hmm.
Is that all it is? I don't really know. I kind of eat the salsa at a restaurant, but I usually just dip my chip into the liquid.
To soften it up?
Yeah, like to put some little flavor on it, a little zing. And then I will not eat the actual salsa because that's a texture nightmare.
It's not necessarily a texture nightmare for me, but it's not a pleasant experience.
Right, but you also eat a lot more raw vegetables than I do. I don't...
That is true.
I cannot... Like, I like some vegetables, but I don't... Raw vegetables?
Yeah, well, my problem is that those motherfuckers, like, throw an entire cilantro plant in there most of the time.
I can't even have a whisper of a leaf of cilantro. It will ruin the entire meal for me.
I'll be like, ooh, salsa, and I'll like take a bite, but
yeah,
like, everything just drops out of my mouth.
Just take the waiter's hand and be like, oh, have that back.
Yeah, you can thank the chef. Like, let's be real honest. You can thank the jar salsa that you have in the back that you got this from.
Mom, I already checked every inch of the hospital for food, even the wings scorched during the fire. If I'm not going to hate myself, I need help. And if I'm going to help, if I'm not going to hate myself, I need to help. And if I'm going to help, I need to search outside of the. She knew. You bitch. Oh, this is her room. I can't imagine what you're feeling. And I know it's not my place to say, but be careful with trusting Mark. All I ask, Kenneth. And what's this? Okay. You're missing a bit of the session. But what you need to know is my family's awful. I dealt with it the way I was supposed to deal with it, and I want everybody else not to suffer. It's basic. Oh, she's a good drawer. Did you really tear me out of the photo, you bitch? Wow. If you ever see your grandkid again, you can say it, because everything is fine. A couple people have left the hospital, but that's good. It means those who remain are actually committed to our community. Just keep resting. I got this. Like. The gun. Can I take it? You're not gonna let me take it? I would like the gun, please. I know it doesn't really do anything against these animals, but it does stuff against... What the fuck? What was that?
That was me.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Because you wanted the gun. I don't know. Ask me questions I have no answer to. Why'd you make that noise? I don't know. Don't ask.
There's the demon inside. What are you? What?
I taught Lily how to do that voice. We demon voice at each other. I thought everybody knew.
Alright, but I know for a fact. Lily not standing right by you. So
You're right. You're right. She not.
Pills.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Is there a monster?
There was.
I want you to know that you make it really hard to love Doritos as much as or Fritos as much as I do. Thank you very much. Stop licking your paws.
She smells like Fritos.
Yep.
Oh, the goth kids that smell like Frito packs.
I don't know about the other goth kids, but I fucking love Fritos.
I do love Fritos. Fritos with a nice dip, or make it a walking taco. Ooh, walking taco.
You know what? One day I'm gonna have Fritos. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try a walking taco.
You should do it. In fact, if your husband wants to be lazy about things, you could just have walking tacos. Get the personal size bags of chips. Make up some taco meat. You dump the taco meat in.
So when we started dating, I smoked like a pack of cigarettes a day, and I love Fritos. And he said kissing me after I'd eaten Fritos and had a cigarette was the worst thing ever.
I can imagine. Yeah.
So now he won't come near me if I've had Fritos.
Hmm.
So I usually wait until he's not here to have them.
Have some Fritos. I love honey barbecue, honey chili Fritos, whatever those are. Honey
I
barbecue
do,
chili.
yeah.
I love
I'm
those
not a
ones.
fan.
But other than that, I get the scoops so I can have dip with them.
Oh, excuse. Wait, what is your dip of choice?
Sour cream and onion if I'm back home.
Oh, right. Like a French onion. Oh my god.
Yeah, French onion up here. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Laura,
Love it.
we've finished insulating the private rooms and offices. This will allow people to have whispered conversations without risk of being heard by the creatures. However, there is no way we can do this with the large common areas. We just don't have enough insulation or sand. This puts everyone at considerable constant risk. Even the smallest noise made in one of the common areas could bring those creatures down on all of us. Wish I had a solution, but I don't.
Right. I'm gonna do the whole reboot and everything. I'll be back in a bit.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. My room is so big. Wait. Hey, Silent. How was your Friday? I don't know. This was the end of this hallway, so take in this corner. Go the other way. Oh. Trixie Hobbitses. You make too much noise, you will trigger the creature that will search for you. You can understand when this happens by hearing its sound cue. If so, get out of there and avoid any noise until you feel the danger has gone away. Yeah, I'm not. Shit. Whoops. I think I did very good. That was my first death, so. Honestly. Where's my... Actually, don't know. Like I've been here. Pick. Why it won't let me take the gun. I would like to take the gun, please. Yourself as a monster? Okay. She knew this whole fucking time. Is that that's your husband and then your kid, right? Look. That is mix. We woke up, went to a Brazilian restaurant. We're going to a movie too. We're going to go to a movie. Turn home. Baked. Ooh, I love a good baked potato. I beg to differ. I would like to pick these up. Let's see if we can just at least make it out of the hospital, I guess. Look at all of these things. Leaving their stuff. You. Some hunt for another Twitch. Nope. Tight. Noise detection. For a more immersive experience, the game includes a noise detection mode, which will track every sound your microphone can capture. Yeah, we're not doing that today. Boys are home today. Microphone detects the noise and reduces it in the game. microphone icon will show it. In some sections, the microphone detection will be deactivated or will be showed with a barred microphone icon. You can enable the noise detection mode, calibrate your microphone in the gameplay option menus. I'm good. I think home will turn this into a Dark Souls game. Ultimate difficulty. It really would. But I got 20 minutes, and then we're switching to the forest. So I'm not gonna do that today. And they're just doors here. Storage room again. Oh man, they fucked up everything. Nope, I hate this. We're just gonna stare at the wall. We're just gonna stare at the wall. You calm your shit. Oh, you found me. I don't know. Where was I supposed to go? You understand how loud the sounds are. Yeah, maybe I'll take that out. We're checking everything again. Gun. Can't take. Upset. But I have an asthma puffer right here. Yay! Did you get his dad killed too? I don't understand what this lady's beef is, and no one's explaining it, so I think you did. Did your father make a choice? She's being blamed for it? Yeah. You should have greased all of these doors. Make it make sense. Ain't nothing should be squeaking in here. I know I missed one back at the ranch. I don't remember where it was, though. Could not tell you. Okey-doke. That's it. Over here. There. Anyway, while we are winding down which we are. Um, Cat starts off the day tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. I believe they're playing Vampire the Masquerade. One of them. And then it's the Who Done It one shot. And if you want to watch me struggle through my first time in a tabletop game, you get your chance.
Give him a chance for what?
Watch me struggle through a tabletop game tomorrow. Yay!
You'll be fine.
I don't even have a character.
Yeah, neither do I.
That's how prepared we are.
It's fine. We'll make one.
Mm.
Every character first needs a concept.
Yeah.
You are a character. They're easy. Wow. Wow, solid.
I mean, I am. You're right. But at the same time, if I don't know what I'm doing, I just sit there quietly. And that's not, that doesn't work.
Oh, you've seen tons of people roleplay. I never thought Riley would have more experience than you.
Why?
I don't know. I didn't think I could get Riley into it.
Avidly against doing this for a very long time. No, I have no experience doing this. Now, if it was writing, if we were in a chat room, I could do that.
Okay, it's just that, but out loud.
But it's really not, because I get time to think about what I'm typing. I don't really... It's not the same when you have to say things out loud.
Got some time.
Yeah, 4 or 5 hours tops.
Is that how long you need to think?
No, but that's how long you need to get through it. And I
need 4 hours to think about a response. That's how long the game is.
It is. Now on, all approvals go through me. We don't have enough supplies to just be handing out medicine to anyone who asks. We gotta be smart about it. Who's been volunteering to go on hunts? Who's been picking up extra cleaning shifts? People who need to prioritize. This is how we survive and thrive. Text. Yeah. And I am
not to me.
What does that mean, not to you?
I've done both D&D RP and text RP.
Okay.
And there wasn't a lot of planning in either.
Oh, I plan everything. Text RP. Are you out of your mind? I have...
Nope. I am not the spicy autistic.
I know.
I am autistic adjacent, so I don't have to think about everything that comes. I think about a lot of the things that come out of my mouth, but for a different reason.
Doesn't involve planning, which is the antithesis of being autistic.
Is not having improv. But if Riley can do it, you can do it.
What does that mean? Maybe Riley... Yeah, okay, good. Riley can do it. Sweet.
And you can do it.
We'll see. Announcement. I know there have been concerns about my decision.
You can do it. I don't know if you're going to like it, but you can do it.
Let's see. Again, we'll see. I was not great in the last one I was in. And that wasn't tabletop. That was reading from a script. So
Yeah, I'm terrible. You're a theater kid.
yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh.
But none of this has been planned months in advance to where I can get to know my character, memorize everything I need to memorize.
You are your character.
But I'm not. Because if I was my character, whatever horror shit's about to happen, I wouldn't be involved in. The only reason I'm doing this is because I love Thea. Do we not see, like, wait, do you not understand the person
adorable.
I am? Like, I don't understand.
I think that's adorable. I'm doing this because I love Thea. You're so cute. You're so cute. I love you so much.
Yeah. Oh, I did read this. Okay, so I've been here. Hope that guy got out of the chapel before that thing Kool-Aid man through the door.
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
That's what you need a mod for. You need a mod for this game every time
Every time they come through.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a monster nearby. Yeah, I don't think there's anything extra in here, but we'll take a gander. I read like these.
You enjoying Pal World?
Has Crimson heard?
Yes.
Yes. She was hyperfixated on it for a while.
I was. I was hyperfixated on it a while.
I don't know what happened to it, but you know.
I just reminds me of the RE2 mod where Mr. X's music was changed to X gonna give it to you, and that was beautiful.
That is beautiful. I love watching those clips.
I need a compilation of those clips set.
Oh, that's the best.
Wait, somebody followed us yesterday, and their name is I'm Definitely High.
Yeah. It's beginning to be our wheelhouse. No.
Yeah.
Ryan got it for me, so I just started playing. Yeah.
I like Pal World. It doesn't have an end yet. I'm in the middle of being really angry that I have a bunch of games that I love playing that don't have endings.
Why did we just open that? Like, it was no problem.
So wait, what happened?
What do you mean?
Like, I must have missed something. Did the hospital you were in get attacked?
Right. So the mom found out she was pregnant. She fell asleep with the pregnancy thing in her hand, and the mom came in. Her dead boyfriend's mom. She goes, "You're not gonna hurt another person in my family," and she locked her in a room. Her dad springs her, and then both the mom, Laura, and her brother Mark confront the dad, and then Mark shoves him into a glass door, and then there's suddenly a creature in the building.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. Super good choices. So now we're on our way out, in theory.
And everybody's dead.
I don't think everybody's dead. My dad kind of just walked away. He like looked at the vent he shoved me in and then like walked away. So I think he's somewhere. I think Laura and Mark probably survived too, unfortunately. What are you gonna do? I would don't need it, but I would like to carry some extra pills with me, please. Please and thank you. Can I not go out the store? You're not gonna let me? Nope, I need a key. All right. Into the vents we go. Kind of like this unscrewing things. It's just circles with your mouse, but it's very smooth. Calm it down. Calm it down. Calm it down.
So what do you think of it so far, Nymph?
Get down here for a second. I see my lungs, so that means I probably take a pill. Take one now. Yay!
Nice.
Okay. Try and get somewhere that's an obvious save, hopefully. I actually do not know.
That's a really good question. Hold on.
Okay, it's unlocked. Let me just look around here for a sec. What's that? Oh, I found a key.
I guess there's like an exit menu, escape menu, or something where you can save.
Oh, is it? I can't. Because it's been automatically saving, but I don't ever see the save. The button? Can't get out of here like this? Okay. We'll go through this door.
Apparently, this is only an 8 to 10 hour game.
Huh. All right. Tell Dimitri to get his butthole out of my.
This is what you get for not putting his butthole on display earlier on the stream yesterday,
Right.
I guess.
You didn't respect the butthole. Are we in the red again? Ah, we are. Is this storage room again? Like, did I get sucked? Did it? The fuck? I did. Okay. I have enough batteries. I really did go in a circle. All right. That's cool. I found a key, though. Is a key for this door? Found earlier to stream. And clearly my plan worked. Because I got some money. You did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stakes are big. Stakes are big. And he died. Corner. Crouch. Okay. If it will save. Nope. It does not look like No, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah. It's not saying that it's good. Stay where I'm at. I guess we'll find out. Hey, everybody. Crimson's up next. We're playing the forest. Shenanigans to be had. Thank you for hanging out.
Yay!
And I will be back tomorrow in the one shot. Bye, everybody. Bye.